I'm right. Okay, we have the thumbs up. We are live. And so I want to welcome everybody to the regular scheduled Board of Trustees meeting on June 5th, 2025 at 1 p.m. I'll call it to order. And we'll start with roll call. Amanda Buchanan, she is not here today. Maria Opar.
I'm here.
Renee Longshore.
Here.
And Nita Tucker.
Here.
And I am here as well. Renee, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Kylie, do we have public comment?
We do. We have one card.
One card. And it is from Crystal. You can come on up to the podium.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Crystal Anderson. I work for the district for, well, this is 20th year with the teaching, 19th year with the district. I'm not comfortable speaking in front of even a small group like you, unless you're a lot shorter. I'm coming to you with concerns. I had the opportunity to visit many, many classrooms on my campus, and the comments and concerns that our teachers, our classified, are sharing with me about the budget, the lack of a contract, the insurance pieces is very worrying. I have so many teachers who've made this statement. I don't know if I'll come back after next year. So I don't have a lot to say other than to share the fact that the reason that I love staying with this district are the people, the support, the kindness, the care. And if we lose those people, we're losing more than just a contract, a budget. We're losing so much more. So that's all I wanted to say, is that I'm hearing these concerns, and I wanted you to know that it's coming across from all aspects, not just little tiny ones that come through in negotiations.
Which school do you teach at?
I teach at Apple Valley High School, but I've also taught at Phoenix Academy and here at Apple Valley before, when it was a middle school before they shut it down. So I've seen a lot, and there's just a lot of concern, and I had to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I think that we'll move on to any public comments for closed session, Kylie? Oh, there isn't anything specific. That was one of them, okay. Yeah. So we'll move on to closed session. We have items 1 through 9, so I'm going to read those here. Expulsion cases EXP 24-24-25 and EXP 25-24-25, and annual review case AR number 11 through AR 15, 24, and 25. Item 2, conference on litigation, government code section 549, 56.9 subsection A, current litigation, 8 cases. CIVSB 2220303, 2314073, 2322171, 2412359, 2412687, 2321161, CIVBS 2400289, and 2500223. Government code section 549, 54.5 subsection C, and 54956.9 subsection D and 2 and E1. Anticipated litigation, 1 case, 2024-2501. Item 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated, and classified employees. Item 4, public employee appointed, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated, and classified employees. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Jeremiah Harrison, employee organization Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Item 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Kristen Dupree. B, employee organization California School Employees Association. 7, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Trinae Nelson. B, employee organization unrepresented. Item 8, conference with real property negotiator, government code 54956.8. A, negotiation parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School. And number 9, security matters, government code section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. With that, that is it. We'll need a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session.
Maria Opara made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second, Renee Longshore. Take a roll call vote. Anita Tucker,
Aye.
Renee Longshore,
Aye.
Maria Opara,
Aye.
and Amanda Buchanan is absent. I vote aye as well. So with that, we will be moving into closed session, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. No, yeah, 3 p.m. sharp. Everybody's back and I got the thumbs up. We're live. So we'll call this meeting back to order at 3:41. And we'll do a roll call. Amanda Buchanan is absent. Maria Okpara,
Present.
Renee Longshore,
Here.
Anita Tucker,
Here.
and I'm here as well. Guys, please join me in the pledge real quick. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. All right, we'll go down to board member comments. We'll start with Anita Tucker.
Good afternoon. This month is truly one of celebration. One of the most rewarding parts of my role is participating in our graduation ceremonies, celebrating with the students, family, and staff as we mark such meaningful milestones. Our students have achieved so much, and we are incredibly proud of all they've accomplished. And I want to congratulate the graduates of High Desert Premier Academy, Apple Valley High School, Granite Hills High School, and Apple Valley Adult Education. And those ceremonies were absolutely phenomenal. We also celebrate our students who were promoted at all the school sites, and your hard work and growth are inspiring. These moments matter deeply, and we're honored to share them with you. I'd like to extend a special thank you to Mr. Schulenberg for inviting me to attend the Capital Advisors Budget Workshop. That session provided valuable insight into the governor's May revise, and I appreciate the opportunity to deepen my understanding of our state's educational budget. And also thank you for asking the million questions I asked you. Last week, I had the pleasure of supporting our Apple Valley FFA students as they showed their animals at the San Bernardino County Fair. These students have spent the last year learning the responsibilities of raising livestock, and their dedication was on full display. The culmination of their hard work was showing and selling their animals at the fair. It was also a treat to watch Mrs. Nelson, Mr. Conrad, Ms. Widener, and Mr. Raleigh, along with administrators from Snowline and Lucerne Valley, jump in and show sheep with just a few minutes of coaching from our talented students. And they did a phenomenal job. It was amazing watching them. And this was a great example of collaboration, learning, and fun. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize that June is Pride Month, a time to honor the history, resilience, and contributions of the LGBTQ community. Pride Month began with the Stonewall Uprising in 1969, and it has grown into a global movement advocating for dignity, equality, and inclusion. In our schools, it is essential that every student feels safe, seen, and supported. Research consistently shows that inclusive environments improve both academic performance and emotional well-being. As a district, we are committed to fostering a culture of respect, inclusion, and belonging. We celebrate diversity and strive to ensure that every child is empowered to thrive. Let us continue working together to uphold the values of equity and kindness that make our community stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Renee Longshore?
It was lovely attending the graduations these past couple of weeks and witnessing as our students and their loved ones celebrated a culmination of many years of hard work. A job well done to all of you, and nothing but the best as you look forward to the next steps. I also had the pleasure of attending the Budget Perspectives May revision with the Capital Advisors Group and San Bernardino CSOS budget workshops down in San Bernardino, Riverside area. It was good to hear about the projected financial stability of our educational system even though the COLA ended up not as high as originally anticipated. Trustee Tucker and I did enjoy cheering on our colleagues and supporting Apple Valley High School's FFA program at the San Bernardino County Fair. We had the pleasure of watching our fellow trustee, superintendent, and staff under the tutelage of our students become master and commander of sheep. It was also lovely seeing them compete alongside other school districts. I am looking forward to taking the Masters in Governance Course 5 this weekend. It's entitled Community Relations and Advocacy. Thank you for the opportunity I have had to learn and grow over these past 6 months. It has truly been an honor.
Thank you, Renee. Maria?
Thank you so much. I did not have the pleasure of having as many activities as the other trustees, but the portions that I had was very fulfilling. I was able to attend the graduations of the high schools and to shake the hands of all those children, and also to look in the audience to see the joys on the faces of the families and all the people who supported these children as they went through our school system. I was particularly impressed with the number of students who graduated. Sometimes we spend so much time looking at things that are not right, and we fail to see the things that are right. And those children they were the example of what is right about our district. And for them to see how they encouraged the speakers and acknowledged the speakers, even though those speakers were their classmates. I'd like to take this time to thank all of the managers, the administrators, assistant principals, the teachers, the classified staff who have played a major role in the lives of the children. I did miss the bus journey, the bus tour. That is always the high point of my year. For whatever the reason was, it skipped my memory. I thought it was going to be on the very last graduation day. And I think I missed something. There was some timeline issue that I missed. But I'm really grateful for the bus drivers who gave us 181 days of just simply transporting those children and keeping them safe, taking them home, and taking them to all of the activities that they have during the school year. My gratitude goes to the people who managed it. I also wanted to share how much it meant to me to be at the graduation and to observe those students walking up towards the board. It wasn't just walking up towards the board. A part of me felt that we have a superintendent who has made it possible for all of those children to receive the education that they need, whatever the level of education, and happen to just stand there and watch those happy faces come through and not realize how much thought goes into providing those services to our kids. And for that, I say thank you. I want to be sure that when you go off on your vacation, that you thoroughly enjoy it, that you thoroughly don't worry about the alarm clock. Just enjoy and not waking up on time. Enjoy all of the things that come with it, and come back next school year refreshed and ready to give us the best that you have. Thank you so much for letting me serve your children. Thank you so much for letting me serve this district. And thank you so much for having me sit on this board and to be a voice for everyone. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Maria. I just want to echo what everybody else has said. It's been a really busy month, but a good month, but very busy. We did a lot of accomplishments in the district. And the graduation sure showed that it was a successful year for the Apple Valley Unified School District. So with that, congratulations. With that, pass it over to Trinae.
I too want to comment about graduations and promotion season. While I say this about the first day of school being my favorite day, the graduations and promotions are just special because of the celebrations, the families, the staff, everybody there has contributed, and what a awesome thing to witness as they see something they contributed to across the stage. So what a wonderful time of year. Second, I'd like to talk about the fact that we have students that have trouble getting immunizations, and we were notified today that the county will continue to offer some immunization clinics here in Apple Valley Unified School District. They weren't going to, but fortunately, we have a persistent health services coordinator who wouldn't let go. That's right. You were helping, yes. And we've got that going back in July, which means we'll have kids that won't be excluded from school. And that's just been a treasure for us because every day a child misses because of a lack of a service that they can't get in the community impacts their education. We did have a request for information regarding CPI training. And so at each of your seats, you'll have a list of staff who have attended the training, whether they're certificated or classified. And then, Kylie will pass it out. She has it. Sorry, I saw yes. And so that way you'll be able to see who's participated. And then, congratulations to Snowline Unified School District. We had to keep our hats to wear at a board meeting in the future. Clerk Corey Lefevre was his first time to participate as a board member as well, newly elected, and he took first place, which I'm a little hurt over, but his wife, I think, is an alumni or was part of the Alumni Association, so they might have brought him purposefully. And then Lisa Hansen, the principal at Serrano, just did an amazing job. She was next to me. She had a sheep that was not cooperating, and yet she outlasted me. So I appreciate Rick Raleigh for being in the ring, getting some pictures, and it was hot, you guys, and these kids do have a lot of effort that they put in. We put in just a very short moment, but halfway around the first ring, I think I'm about to pass out because it was that hot. It was it's difficult. It's a lot of muscle work. Dustin hung into a period of time with me. We both went out at the same time. I think we might have cheered that we were out at that point. But all in the name of supporting our students. So very much appreciate that. We do have, Ms. Buchanan is absent today, but I just want to acknowledge she's chaperoning her daughter's field trip, and we don't always put our kids first. And she was struggling with making that decision. And I said to her, you get to miss a board meeting to get to be a mom. It's okay. So I say that to the rest of you. When family comes and there's things that are happening, sometimes those do need to come first. And so we understand that. And then we do have, I do have a request for next board meeting. Before we post, I would like the board to consider posting for a 1 hour closed because we won't have a ton of business for closed session because it's a board meeting right after a board meeting. And so we've pretty much stripped the agenda of a lot of closed session time. So if it's okay with the board, I'd like direction to have Kylie post that.
Sounds good to me.
Rest of the board.
Board's pleasure.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yes, we're not voting, right?
You're just giving direction. I just would like
Okay.
consensus.
Yeah.
Renee, you're good
Yes.
with that? Yeah.
All
If
right.
you feel
Okay.
that's enough time, yeah.
Okay, and the final thing I'd like to just acknowledge is once a student of Apple Valley Unified School District, always one of ours. And I was honored this past weekend to speak at the funeral of a student that had passed. And I got to speak about his K through 12th grade education. He entered the district when I did. So what an honor. And I think everybody should remember that we impact children every single day. So thank you. Khalil Williams, class of 2015.
Thank you, Attorney, for your comments. Okay, moving right along. Item 5, reports from union representatives. We don't have any for this afternoon. Closed session, I will read off what was the closed session? We do have one item.
That actually waits until discipline. It'll come up naturally.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right. So we don't have anything to read from closed session then. Thank you for the clarification on that, Pat. Item 7, adoption of the agenda. The board may approve the agenda as is or add or pull items from the consent calendar for discussion and action. So do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So move from Maria Alfara,
Second.
second from Anita Tucker.
Need to talk.
All right. I'll do a roll call. Anita Tucker.
Aye.
Don't show.
Did she, I did,
She said,
I, okay. Longshore,
Aye.
Akbara,
aye.
Buchanan is absent. I vote aye as well. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Item D, discussion, discussion information. Item 1 will be California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative update, and that would be from Patrick Slosser. Pat? Oh, okay.
Okay. Before you, you have a slide deck, and I'll just say from the get-go that I am in the lucky position to be presenting both presentation and, more importantly, the work of unbelievable talent and energy and passion. And so Natina is here, who we'll talk about in just a moment. But of course, this comes out of Mariana Torres and her department. And we're going to give you some background on this effort, where we are now, and what we're looking to do as soon as enrollment. And so the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative is really California's understanding that there's a lack of mental health services for youth. And they wisely thought the best way to get to youth is through the schools. And so that's wonderful. And when we first heard about this, we weren't exactly sure how it was going to roll, but we saw lots of money being put towards this as long ago as 4 years ago. Well, so that started to roll out. And what they decided to do is they built something called a fee schedule. And so we cautiously learned, we let cohort 1 of the very first schools, there was a couple in the county, go forward and learn. And then when the next cohort started to come around, we applied to become a district that was put into a group to learn how to do this, to gather the information, to build the billing infrastructure, to basically become a healthcare provider, and then work towards actually providing service and going through the process to be reimbursed. It's an important effort for us. It would allow us ultimately to serve students in a greater capacity than we even do now. And so here's how that works. We are part of this program. We're part of the current cohort. We're kind of walk through some of the already board actions that you've taken to support this effort. And so essentially the idea here is we become a healthcare provider. We actually had to get a provider number. And so we did that. And actually every provider has to get their own individual number if they don't have them. Some of them have them because they're practicing licensed therapists. But for example, our guidance counselors can actually be billing for services because some of what they do is billable. But before they can do that, they have to get a provider number also. So we're in that work right now. They create accounts, they produce files, they get screened, submitted for claims, and ultimately claims get processed and paid. Now, we've not yet had a claim paid, and I'll explain why. Here's kind of been our journey through this CYBHI process. So it started as long ago as last October when we worked with Care Solace, who we already had a partnership with, as a kind of a warm handoff, a company that was what they call a care concierge service. We find a student, refer them to care, and it's their job to shepherd them all the way to getting a therapist. However that gets handled. So they call, they remind, they call the provider, they call the insurance company, they call the family. It's a wonderful service. What they also offered to do for us is to become our EHR, our electronic health records system. We were desirous of this for a couple of reasons. One, we definitely wanted there to be a single point for that delicate healthcare record system. Our current student information system, it really isn't the kind of system that should be used for the electronic health records. We do have some health records there that are put in by our nurses. But for mental health care and the things that have to be private for a clinician, they really needed another level of safety. And we wanted them to be able to decide what information should be shared to the rest of the care team, say at a high school, right? If the therapist is seeing a student, it would be important also for that guidance counselor to know, just generally that the student's being seen. It would be important for the rest of the teachers perhaps to know if there was a care plan that was part of that the teachers were part of. And so Care Solace has such a product. They also were willing to be our claims processor with the state. And so they do that. They do the electronic health records, and they provide a service where our folks can enter a service, put in from a dropdown a simple claim of information. It will create the right billing code and submit that claim on our behalf to Carolyn. More on that in a moment. So we signed that in October. Then in November, the board agreed allowed us to move forward with our application to be part of the cohort to build this infrastructure out. We then took the next step with the state's third-party company called Carolyn. It's essentially the state's insurance processor. And then we were notified by the SBCSS that they accepted our application to be part of the cohort. And so we were awarded funds to begin the implementation and build what we're calling the plumbing to get the interaction with the student processed, moved over, properly categorized and coded so that it made sense in the insurance world, and then moved on to a claim for payment, and then back to Apple Valley Unified for reimbursement. So we're in the midst of that. Boy, are there a lot of people involved in this. Healthcare is no joke. It makes the education system look simple. And so right after that, we did a 3-party agreement that allowed Carolyn, Care Solace, and Apple Valley Unified to talk. It's a business agreement that is required so that everyone is clear about what data is private and to whom it can be shared and to whom it cannot be. We got our first allocation of grant funds in January. We began immediately training staff to understand how to log into the system. And then we were able then to bring on Natina and help us with the shepherding of this work with this grant-funded program. And we're going to stretch those funds out to pay for her position over a period of 2.5 years as the grant allows. And so we're so excited because now what the focused effort of someone with her caliber and quality, now things are moving. Now there's an appointment on the calendar and I know I need to go to that. Natina put it there. And so for us, the next step really is none of these can be paid unless there's insurance. Now we can help them get insurance if they don't have it, right? We have really great partnerships with the IEHP healthcare navigators. Our family center folks are really good at helping people sign up. But even folks who have insurance, in order for there to be a reimbursement, we have to know that. And that's delicate. That's delicate for families to share that information. And we understand that. So Care Solace has a really great package of information, but we need to get started for those who are willing to gather that insurance information so that we can put it into our, again, secure electronic health records system and then make those claims payable. How are we going to do that? Well, we've got a couple of ideas. Again, we're going to be doing lots of marketing as we move into mass enrollment this summer, explaining why it is that we would be asking for this, how we can use this to augment services to kids and how it will not impact families' home insurance, either rate or access to care. So any services rendered at school will not count against their availability of service outside of school. They are kept separate. There's also ways for situations for students who are old enough, if they are gathering care, they're deemed eligible to make that decision themselves, and it's care they don't want their parents to know about, no explanation of benefits will go to the parent. Again, all compliant with state law. We also can gather some of this quite easily through our enrollment process. So our thought is that we can build some fields within areas for some enrollment and simply just let them put that information in if they're willing. Again, it's completely optional. They can't opt out. But the more we can get parents to do this, the more we can have help-seeking behavior become normalized, provide these services, and ultimately with reimbursement, expand those services, or at least make what we have much more financially viable, protected, and can pay for itself. So I'm not going to read these all to you. There's lots of questions that come to mind for me as a parent or former parent in the system, right? Like I said, what about if I only get 10 visits this year? If you're going to do it once a week, then that means there's no more visits for my kid. Not true. And those kinds of questions for districts that are ahead of us, we're so glad we're not in the first cohort. They've already kind of had to iron those out, and they're starting to get reimbursements. And so they've got a good list of frequently asked questions. We are going to do lots of parent information meetings. And again, anyone who's concerned, they can opt out. Here's the plumbing. I won't go too deep into this other than to say we're very thankful that Care Solis is willing to kind of help us with this process. They don't charge for this fee, but they do take a small percentage of any reimbursement. But it means we don't have to have all the Medi-Cal billing people they have, right? That's a whole staff of folks that we actually used to employ back in the Medi-Cal billing days. They take care of all of that. And they make the platform very simple, right? Just a few drop downs of the things that are most likely to be done by the people who are in that job class. But you can see for us, it goes from that top left, school-based mental health provider. Someone meets with the student and determines, even if it's an intake meeting, you know what, this is a billable portion of time, all the way around to the bottom, which is a reimbursement. Of course, that doesn't change how we give care. We'll give care as we do now, as needed, to the greatest capacity we can. So no one will be denied a meeting with the counselor if they don't have insurance. It will have nothing to do with that. But if they happen to have insurance, then they've given it to us. We can now, or soon, be reimbursed for that care. And the plan really is just to expand care. You hear it all the time from those working at the front lines of the schools, that the need is great. State recognizing that. Now, instead of just giving an allocation of money to hire staff, they're making us do the work first and reimburse us for it. We don't love that idea, but we love the idea of expanding care. And if this is what we have to do it, then we're building the system to make it happen. Well, Natina and her team. But it is a group effort, right? The therapists, the counselors, digging in and asking good questions and really pushing us to, are you sure? Lots of good questions about double entry, and we're sensitive to that. So we're thoughtfully considering, how do we make it so that these systems can talk to each other safely so that one entry is enough? Trying to be practical about those things. Thankfully for our therapists, because this is an all-in-one electronic health record system, it already is the system they use. That's why we started with them. So I'll pause there, and you have questions. I may ask Natina to come join me. Maybe we could bring her up real quick and just give her a thank you. She put this all together.
Any questions for
I have a
Patrick?
question.
Go ahead.
My first question is, I see that this is a good program that we're looking into. In the old days, we gave registration packets.
Yes.
Is this one of those things that you can put in the registration packet for all students? And when they fill it out, then at least you have a starting point. There's no guarantee that all of those forms will come back, but at least you have a starting point as to the students whose parents have already approved and agreed, and you can then get started.
Yes, good idea. That is the plan, both at registration and also now we do something a little different for non-new, like the returning students. They do their data confirmation online. So they acknowledge the receipt of the handbook. They acknowledge whether or not they want information shared with various other places, whether or not their photograph can be used, all those checkboxes.
Correct.
We were going to add this to that data confirmation process so that we get at least one chance for everyone. But then we know there's going to need to be a lot of one-on-one, let's sit down and go over this with you, with families. And so we think this will be of many different approaches kind of thing. But yes, the registration packet you're thinking of, we will use that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I do have a couple questions. When I think of healthcare and health records and data being shared, I understand the care is going to be given and then it could be kept confidential. But but who decides whether that information is going to be released to, say, different levels of support at the school?
Two things on that. I'm glad you asked, because it will still be, because it's a healthcare record, those components that are considered medical will still be governed by HIPAA and the laws that govern that. So that in the process for intake, if there's a chance to talk with the parent, then they do have a form that says, with whom may we share this information? For example, do you already have an outside therapist you would like us to talk to? So they go through essentially a consent form. So that consent form, just like you would at a doctor's office. So that consent form will govern data sharing. However, in the case where a student says, I would like to receive care and I don't want my parents to know, and I have a reason that is compelling enough that the therapist, following their licensure, decides I must comply with that student's request, that is really that's not a school district policy, that is their license. And same with the counselors, to be quite honest. And they're already doing this, right? They're already sometimes not calling a parent for certain things that in our state, students are allowed to say, for example, if it's alleged abuse by the parent. Well, in those cases, we make a CPS call. We don't first call the parent. And so it's like those kinds of things, that is part of the training. I don't have a list of those exactly here now, but we could get that information for you, but it is definitely in the law. And so they'll be abiding by those strictures.
So then if the student shares and doesn't want that information shared, do they then assume the authority to keep that information private, even to school officials?
They do. And so what we tell them, of course, is if this hits a couple of different thresholds, then we will be compelled to, for example, call Child Protective Services or law enforcement. There is not a 100% confidentiality if there's potential for self-harm. However, in cases where it doesn't reach that threshold and they say, I don't want this shared even with my teachers, then it doesn't move.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And what are the projected costs at this point in time?
The costs at the moment are all covered by the grant we received through the county. So we received a grant that allows us to pay for things like the training, Tina's position, and any other sort of infrastructure and agreements that we have to come to. So at the moment, there is no cost to the district, other than there, of course, is the cost of just like taxing the system with new ideas. That's the cost.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Well, Patrick, thank you.
You
so
got
much.
it.
Thank you for the presentation, and
Thank
thank
you,
you for
Tina.
Tina.
Always happy to show off someone else's great work.
Not Tina.
Not Tina, yes.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna take my computer off the screen. Do you have? Oh, you have. Yeah, you're all set. I'm gonna introduce Sylvia as she begins the process of taking over the screen. We get the pleasure this afternoon of hearing from our District English Language Advisory Committee. They're rock stars in the sense that they don't just advise us in areas of the English learner population, but they have become some of our most vocal advocates for equity for all students in the District Advisory Committee at large for our LCAP. They keep us honest. They ask good questions. They've been here through ethnic studies development. Anytime we need input from parents and community members, they join us. And so we just have a couple representatives today, but know that they represent a mighty and powerful vocal advocacy group who we just love interacting with now because they've made us better. And so Sylvia is going to kind of walk us through some information here. She works as a teacher on assignment for the English Language Learner Department, but also does trainings, citizenship classes, and really gets us to a point where we feel like we have one of the premier programs in the county. And the county tells us that. And so I'll turn it over to Sylvia and her team.
Thank you, Pat. Good afternoon. Another program from the Equity and Access Department, right? Mariana Torres. We have a lot of great things happening in our department. I just have to say that. So before I introduce our DLAC representatives, we just want to go over a few things and kind of give you an overview of what our EL program has been doing or working on over the past year. So as we report to you every year, a couple of things. We talk to you about the progress of our English learners, the number of students that we've reclassified or exited out of the EL program, the number and percentage of our students that are considered long-term English learners, and the percentage of those that are at risk of becoming long-term English learners, as well as any progress that we have that as we are working towards our LCAP goals, and just share some data with you. So this first graph here, as you can see, we have approximately 1,403 students. That was at the end of, May 29th. But last year, we're looking at scores from the 23-24 school year. So back then we tested 1,319 students with the LPAC score, the English Learner Proficiency Assessment of California. And as you can see here, we have 1.7% of those 1,300 students that maintained their current level that they had the previous year. But we do have 47.8% students that are making progress towards reclassification. And for the LPAC, if you're not familiar with the LPAC, it has 4 levels, and our goal is to get the students to a level 4, which is our first criteria for reclassification. So we have almost half of our students, half of our EL students working towards that reclassification. If you take a look at this chart here, this kind of breaks it down for you as to what students are progressing, which ones haven't made progress over the last year, and kind of shows you where they're at over the course of the last few years. Notice we are missing 20 and 21, and that of course was during COVID, where the LPAC assessment was put on hold. But if you look, the pink or the magenta down at the bottom, those are the students who have actually decreased. And typically we see a decrease of LPAC scores when we go from one grade span assessment to the next. So for example, from the second grade assessment to the third grade assessment, which is a grade span of grades 3 through 5. We also typically notice a dip when they go from 5th grade to 6th grade, and then it's another 6th through 8th grade assessment. But if you look at the green shows these are the students that have maintained their level. They didn't drop, but they didn't progress either. They maintained their current level. If you look at the blue, that is a very small level there. And those are students who have scored a level 4 and have maintained a level 4. These are students that have met the first criteria, which is a 4 in the LPAC, but they have not been able to meet the rest of our district criteria, whether that be their grades, their reading lexile, the SBAC assessment, any other assessments that we use to measure progress. They have not been able to meet those other criteria. So they remain at a level 4. And then of course we have the purple at the top. And as you can see, it's gotten a little bigger over time. There wasn't much growth from the 23 to the 24 year. And I can explain that because we have actually reclassified a larger group of students. So a lot of those students that were already at the 4, they've now exited. So they're no longer in these charts, okay? But overall, you can see that they are making progress. This next chart here is also progress towards reclassification, but these are our dual identified students. These are students that took an alternate assessment. And here again, if you notice from 23 to 24, that blue section is gone. And the purple at the top has gotten smaller. And likewise here, keep in mind, these are our dual identified students. And with that alternate assessment, it is difficult for them to get that level 3. Alternate LPAC only has 3 levels versus regular LPAC that has 4. But you see the purple for 2024 is also much smaller, and for the same reason, because we've already exited. Those students were at that level 4, they've already exited the program. So what we are left with are all those students that are still working towards reclassification, if that makes sense. Okay. This next graph here, we talked about students that are graduating and reclassifying. So when we reclassify or exit students out of our EL program, again, that means that they have met our reclassification criteria. And if you look over the last 3 years, you can see how many students we've actually reclassified, and that number is getting bigger. So our goal for next year is to go past 120. Scores, yes. Scores for this year have already started filtering in, and we've already, at a quick glance, we're already looking and seeing how many students have actually scored that 4. So they've met that first criteria. When we come back in August, we're going to look to make sure that they have met the other criteria for reclassification. But as you can see here, our numbers are growing with reclassification. Now, this here is more of the demographics are where our English learners are sitting. Right now, we have 186 students that are currently at risk of becoming long-term English learner. And the definition of a long-term English learner is a student that has been with us for at least 6 years or has been identified as an English learner for at least 6 years. And for whatever reason, they have not been able to exit or reclassify out of the EL program. So that translates to about 7.3% of our EL population. If you look at the next or the first gray box there, we have 547 students who have been enrolled for 3 years or under 3 years. These students are not considered at risk yet. They've only been with us for less than 3 years. And that's about 21.5% of our EL population. The next gray box, which is 387 students, these are students that have been with us for at least 4 years, minimum of 4 years. Now, this group of students is not considered at risk because they're continuing to make progress. So based on the LPAC, according to the LPAC results, they are moving up levels and they are progressing. So they are not considered at risk. And that is about 15%, 15.5% of our student EL population. The next box, we have 465 students that are considered long-term English learners. Again, keep in mind, we have 1,400 ELs, approximately 1,400 ELs in our district. About a third of them, 465 of them are considered long-term English learners. That's about 18% of them. Okay.
And let me just jump in there real quick and explain why some of those percentages look off, like 18% isn't a third, but that's because it includes the reclassified. So if you include the English learners who take the test plus those reclassified, you're getting closer to 2,000 students. And so that's why those percentages are a little bit depressed looking, because it's a look at a little bit larger group, because it does include that group at the bottom, those 940 students who have exited the program. We still count those in the denominator for these calculations by state law. So.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, and yes, as he mentioned at the bottom, the 940 students, these are students that over the years have been reclassified, but they are still within our system. So they are still accounted for, but they are no longer receiving services within our district, but they are still in our system. Okay. This next chart here is how these students, how our ELs did in comparison to all students in our district. So the first box are our current English learners. And as you can see, they are not doing so great. They are approximately 122 points below grade level, okay? But if you look at the far right, the English only group of students, our ELs are about twice, if that makes sense, twice behind or below grade level as our English only population, our percentage. But if you look at that center box, these are our students that have been reclassified. These are the students that we have exited out of the program and they're still in our system. They are outperforming their English only peers, okay? So we are proud to say that once they exit our program, they don't exit our program until we feel that they are ready to actually exit the program. But once they do, they are outperforming their English only peers. So this is, this is great news for our English learner community. So we just wanted to point that out and have you see the comparison there. Okay. Now this was language arts. If we look at the math is very similar. Again, our current English learners are not doing as well as we would like them to. But if you look at our reclassified students in comparison to our English only student population, again, they are outperforming their English only peers. Okay. Our graduation rates, Ms. Okpara, you talked about, all the students that are walking across to get their diploma. As you can see here, it's the comparison of our student population against our English learner population. And we are excited to see this number has increased, and it has been increasing over the years. Very similar, again, to our entire student population, but again, slightly slightly higher, if you will. They've increased 7% versus our entire student population, which had an increase of 2% this past year. So that's exciting to see as well. Chronic absenteeism rates again. You can see here again the comparison of our student population, entire student population versus our English learner population. Again, very similar. They are both declining, which is great news. Again, our ELs about half a point less than, or more than I should say, than their entire student population, but very similar and great news as well. Suspension rates, again, if you look side by side, entire student population versus our EL population, very similar again. They've both declined, and we're hoping to continue to see this decline across the board. And our progress towards the LCAP goals, if you look at all the little arrows at the bottom of the screen. So again, LPAC has 4 levels, and of course they move across the levels, level 1, and we want them to get to level 4. But when we talk about our LP level or our English learner progress indicator, there's an additional 2 levels. So although LPAC only has 4 levels, LP is measured by a low level 2 and a high level 2, a low level 3 and a high level 3. So there's really six levels, if you will, that our students are moving across. And that is what we see when we talk about students who made progress or did not make progress. Okay, it's moving them across. And then, of course, we'd like to mention our dual language immersion program. We've completed our 2nd year of implementation. We are looking to open up the 2nd grade classroom next year, so that same cohort will be moving into the 2nd grade. Our 2nd cohort will be moving into 1st grade, and we are starting our 3rd cohort with kindergarten. But if you look at our numbers where we are this year, so Vanguard currently has 156 incoming kindergartners. That's how many are on the wait list to start kindergarten for this 25-26 school year. Of those, 73 parents are requesting the DLI program for their student. So this is, I mean, for us, it's, Mariana has mentioned before, this is 20 years in the making. This is a program that's been 20 years in the making. Sorry, I get emotional about this because this is like our baby. But it's exciting. It's exciting to see that the program has been well received and the parents are asking for this program. We had the open house about 2 weeks ago, and the room was full, and it was just exciting to see the parents that are coming in and wanting this for their students. Additionally, we wanted to mention that also we have French and Spanish classes that, as you know, are being offered, world language classes. And then, of course, we have our Spanish for Spanish speakers classes at the high school as well. So opportunities for these students to continue to maintain their primary language or to learn a 2nd language. We just wanted to highlight some of the benefits, if you will. Well, this first one here is the impact of being bilingual. Okay, so I'm not going to read the entire slide here because you can see it, but benefits to language development, behavior. Students who are learning a 2nd language, research shows that they have better behavior. They're able to control their behavior. College and career readiness, right? We want to prepare them for college and career. The assessments, students are being tested in at least 2 languages, so we know that that is beneficial to their students in the long run as well. English proficiency, they're able to develop their languages cross over. So if they learn the basics in one language, it's going to transfer over to the 2nd language as well. And then, of course, academic content. They're learning academic content in 2 languages, which is amazing to see. This next one here talks more about the cognitive benefits, okay? The other one was the academic benefits. This one is more of the cognitive benefits. And if you take a look at the graphs here, or the pictures here, one that I think really stood out for me was helps prevent Alzheimer's, okay? So it's even health-wise, it's great for us. So again, just maintaining and encouraging our students to maintain their primary language or to learn a 2nd language, okay? Lots of benefits to that. Here are just some pictures of our DLI class at Vanguard. They did host their 1st annual, and I say annual because they want to continue to do this every year, but their 1st annual Cinco de Mayo celebration. We had the pleasure of having 2 of our board members present at that day, and it was just amazing to see these kids. They were reading, they were singing, they were performing everything in Spanish, which was great. And for those of you who haven't had the opportunity to visit our dual language program, the intent of this class is that half of the class are Spanish speakers and half of the class are English only speakers. So they work and they help each other. They really help each other. So it's just great to see these kids. It was a wonderful evening. So I encourage you and I invite you, mark May 5th on your calendars for next year and come join the celebration. Unless it's on a Saturday, then it might be the 4th. Okay. The seal of biliteracy. Again, we talked about biliteracy, encouraging that and encouraging them to maintain and to learn a second language. When they get to the high school, students are able to apply for a seal of biliteracy. And this is a state recognition that recognizes the students for their biliteracy, not just speaking a second language, but being able to read and write and communicate in that second language. And as you can see here at the bottom, this year we awarded 99 seals. Our students earned 99 seals this year, and you can see the languages down at the bottom. So of course, the majority of them were Spanish, 87, but we had a couple of students that earned double seals. So we had a couple of students that not only got their seal in Spanish, but in French or Tagalog. So they are able to get more than one seal. Our goal for next year is to hit the triple digits. Okay, and again, I think as word is getting out, we have more and more students that are applying for the seal. And now I would like to, we're going to open up to questions, but before we do, I'd like to introduce Felipe Hernandez and Maritza Aragon, two of our DLAC representatives, who would like to speak to you a little bit. Before I give them the podium, as Mr. Schlosser said, these parents have been with us for years. Felipe, for one, his students started in our elementary school system. They are now graduated and at the university. He is still with us because he still has nieces in our district, so he still comes and supports them. One of them is here, as a matter of fact. Okay, and then we have Maritza Aragon, who likewise has been with us for several years. Her students are still in our system, but they've been with us from the beginning of the LCAP process. So they've watched our program grow. They've helped. They've been the voice for the development, a lot of the pieces to our EL program. Okay, so thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board, students, my niece, teachers and parents. My name is Felipe Antonio Hernandez, father of two children, an uncle for two nieces who have already graduated and been reclassified. Today, I will try to share my experience as a parent, and I'm sorry for my limited pronunciation skills. It's my first time. As a member of the Parent Advisor Council, I would first like to say thank you. Thank you for all the work and dedication for put into supporting our children. Since the beginning of the year, we have hope that our students will continue making progress on the LP as well as the LPAX test. You have seen the results, and we are happy about them. One reflection of this success is that this year there are more than 20 additional students being reclassified compared to the last year. 107 reclassified, 117 graduations. There are still many students in the program, but the more than 900 students who have been reclassified in recent years give us reason to celebrate. I've witnessed the progress on these reclassified students, particularly in English and math, after their reclassification. My son is graduating next week with his associate degree in mathematics. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know it is difficult to make decisions for the sick occupant. It's hard decision. It's very, very difficult for this year. My niece graduated for the last week for Granite Hills High School. She take the seal of militaries and take 370 credits. She take 100 more the minimum, the credits. She accepted for San Marcos University. She take 40 credits for the college and she's one of the numbers and percentage we've been talking about. She told me she will invite her elementary school teacher to her graduation because that teacher was she one opened the door to English for her. That teacher left a lasting impact on her life. Now, I want to thank all of you and encourage you to continue making a difference in the life of many families. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Apple Valley Unified School District Board members, staff, and parents present. My name is Maritza Aragon. I have two students in 9th and 11th grade. I have been part of the English Learning Parent Advisory Committee for several years now. Over the years, I have seen that this program has been a great help in the academic progress of our students. As you have seen in the shared graphs, the increase in reclassification is impressive. And it is all thanks to the various resources provided that allow us to continue making that progress. Achieving the goal of ensuring that our students do not run the risk of remaining in the program, but rather pass the exam for reclassification. We do not want them to become lifelong English learners. In addition to notify the students' parents about the program and how it works, we also began informing students about the importance of passing this test. Considering that it helped them become better students with better attention span, improve effective communication, improve behavior control, and even a healthier mind. Finally, we thank you for all your help, for not leaving us behind, for allowing us to be heard, and for taking our opinions into account. Without your support and the resources you provide, these results would not be possible. Likewise, thank you for supporting the dual immersion program. That has been a great help for all our children. We hope you continue to do so. Once again, thank you so much for all your support. God bless you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Maritza. Thank you, Felipe. Okay, questions? Anybody have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Okpara.
Mine will start out not with a question, but I do have questions. Mine is to thank these parents and uncle and cousins who've taken the time to come and speak to us about what you observe from outside. Because sometimes when you see things from the outside, You don't even understand all that has happened in the process. So thank you so much for taking the time to come and share with us. And we wish you to continue to support your niece, your children, through this process. Now I go to my question. Thank you so much. My question is, when I was looking at your data, there was a portion of your data that shows growth. And when I'm looking at okay, I'm looking right there. And in the first one is the graduation rate. And it stated that there's a number, in the first one, it says number of students is 1,132. However, when you go to the English learner, you show that's 117 that graduated that are the English learner students. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So these are the students who may or may not have started with us in grade school,
Correct.
but they joined us at some point and have excelled in the process to the point that they are able to graduate 117 of them
Correct.
in this particular year, which shows that they're in. When I look at this dashboard, I always look for the color coding. You know, I want to see where are we in the green. You know, if we haven't made the green, why not we not in green? So I'm looking at this, and it is very impressive. Impressive in the sense that I also was not an English speaker. So I can relate to the difficulty of interpreting written language and being able to interpret it to come out the right way in spoken language. I relate to that. And most of you that sit here do know that I get that challenge all the time. I may say something, but it didn't come out right because I am trying to translate it in another language and bring it out in English. So when I look at that data, it is highly impressive, highly. Then the next comment that I have is those students who are starting in the elementary level now to go in to learn a second language. When they get to, let's say that they've started in kindergarten, because that's where I'm hearing it from Vanguard. So when they get to the middle school, they've completed 8 years of school. Is there anything in our district setup that now sets the child to the seal of biliteracy right away, because they've already done 8 years of this second language? I speak 7 languages, so I understand the challenge of speaking another language. But these children have gone through the immersion of the language to be able to translate the language back and forth between 2 languages, especially if their parents are not speaking the language, but they come to school and learn the language. But they go home and they can't even have that conversational language with their parents because his parents are not speaking it. I'm just wondering if by the time they get to 8th grade and finish 8th grade of that second language, and they now have it, and they can do conversational, they can write it, and they can do a test in it. Is there anything in our district setup that puts them on the pathway to become biliterate before they even graduate from high school?
That's a great question. Thank you, Ms. Opara. There are pathways. So yes, by the time they get to the high school, our hope is that they are bilingual at that point. They can start meeting the criteria, if you will, in order to obtain the seal. But this is a state seal, and only high school seniors can apply for that seal. But they can start checking off the prerequisites, if you will, in order to get that seal. And they can do that before they get to their senior year. So when they get to their senior year, all they have to do is apply. But there's a verbal test, there's a written test, and that can be met several different ways. It can be done through SATs. It can be done through taking I don't want to say a level 4, a year 4 level class, if that's.
The advanced placement
Advanced
course.
placement courses. So it can be met through several different ways. In the past, we used to have an actual interview with the student to check their conversational skills. We no longer do that one-on-one conversational interview. Now it is all done through, it's a testing system. It's the same one that we use in HR for, I'm trying to think of the name of it. Avant, thank you. It's done through Avant assessment. So they can meet all of the criteria, if you will, before they get to their senior year, but only seniors, and that's a state thing, only seniors can apply for that seal.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And we can put them into the AP Spanish course much earlier, assuming they're ready. And that would also, in some ways, pre-satisfy this, but also give them that college credit.
Okay. I also did attend the Cinco de Mayo event. And I have to say, I don't speak Spanish. That is one of I desperately want to learn it because, I learned the languages I know. I don't recall how I learned it because I started as a child. But one thing was certain when I came to the Cinco de Mayo, that I kind of understood what they were saying. And, and that's one of the things I say to everybody. Love does not have language. So I could sense all the love in that room, all the joys in that room. And they didn't have to speak any language to me. I could tell there was love in there. They allowed me to dance with them, for crying out loud. They allowed me to be silly in the room. And so foreign language, I keep hoping that all the other schools will begin to have it so that it's not all in one elementary school, that all the other schools will have that option to offer those. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our hope is as well that it will eventually expand. And I know there's been other sites that have had interest, but this was 20 years in the making, so it doesn't happen overnight. So it definitely is a process. And I am excited at the fact that there are other sites that are now inquiring. Yes, thank you. Okay, any other questions?
Well, I was going to ask about the expansion too, because it looks like there's a lot of interest, a lot of families that would love to be in the program. So I just want to say well done in developing this and heading it. And I know I can only imagine how much work went into it. So thank you for pouring into our district this way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, before, just in case you have a very different question, in regards to expansion, it's one of those things that we want to make sure that we have a solid foundation before we branch out. We don't want to get too big too fast before before we really have a good foundation. So it has been great. And again, the numbers, we're excited to see that more and more families are requesting this program. Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Tucker.
I just wanted to say thank you for sharing this with us. It's always good to hear about that. Thank you very much for sharing and talking. I know it's difficult to do that, but you did a great job and it was very powerful. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Yes, they did do a great job. And I know they were very nervous because usually if you've been here in past years, we translate for them. But this year they wanted to try it. And so I applaud them for that.
I do too, and I feel bad now, Felipe, because you and Maritza make me feel that I should be speaking to you in Spanish, and I haven't made it, and we've been together for a long time.
Yes.
So I'm going to work hard. Good job.
Good job.
Thank you,
Okay.
guys.
Any further questions?
Great job.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, here. Kylie, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Brings us back to board member comments. Anybody? Any more board member comments? Renee, anything? Moves us to public hearings. Conduct public hearing to solicit the recommendation and comments of members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed for the 2025 local control accountability plan for the district. Patrick?
Yeah, so what I thought we'd do, if you want to open the hearing, we could get that clock started and then I can answer board questions and give a
Sure.
quick update during that time.
The clock is open.
Okay.
Go take the time.
We have to keep it open for.
Yeah. So did you get the time, Kylie? Okay, great. So just I'll give a brief background on what you can expect changed from what's posted to what you have printed, because I have gone through the feedback from our county reviewer and made the changes she recommended. Some of them you're probably have noticed. There's some obvious things like the numbering. Sometimes it's 0201, or sometimes it's 2.1. So going through and cleaning up things like that for consistency's sake. There are some additional metrics that have been added within some of the categories. So you will notice that there's lots of abbreviated student groups inside the metrics. In some cases, for some schools, we have added the LTEL. You heard the LTEL discussion before from Sylvia. Some schools needed that group added as a student group for this year. And then what I hadn't done is gone back to the prior year, because I didn't realize they had updated the old dashboard to include that group if that was an available group. So I can't tell you exactly, it happened in several places, but that's a student group that's, for transparency's sake, should be there. So a lot of times it's anywhere in goal 2 where ELs were, that we also added LTELs if that student group needed to be called out and it was relevant. So that's been added and she caught that for me. There's changes in the way she had me word the 4 prompts that come at the end of each of the goals. I said too much, in short. And so she asked for some streamlining of the language to be more focused on just answering the questions that asked. I want to tell the world everything, all the great things we did, how I felt about it. I get passionate. And so she has to back me down. So she did. And so she made recommendations to just essentially streamline the language. And so it's minor changes, has nothing to do with the fiscal. There are places in the question about material differences where we made sure it was clear that it was always, in our district, 15% as the threshold for a material difference between what was budgeted and what was expended. And if there is that much of a difference, to write why. So those write-ups are still there, but I think in one equity multiplier goal, I had left 10% and it should have been 15. So things like that have been changed. And then the only other thing is we added, of course, Yuckaloma. So there was a couple of student groups for Yuckaloma as an equity multiplier school that needed to be added to in the metrics. And so those are the main changes that were made. And so other than that, there's no change to any action numbers, any dollar amounts anywhere, I don't think, from the point it was published for you. Of course, these will all adjust, at least in the front, when we get our actuals. And so Cindy and I work together to make sure those match. But this is our best estimate using the calculator as it was on that day. And so I'll pause there and answer any questions.
Questions for Pat?
I have a couple. I know that you have the student groups and I'm in goal 2, and there's a lot of them. Is it possible to get a little translation?
Yes, good point.
what
I could
they
provide
are.
a glossary to you. Yes, I can do that because there's probably not just those abbreviations, but others. Because, the foster youth just being FY.
I
Or,
got that.
yeah, but there are some what are those?
I'm
2
looking,
plus.
and I'm
Yeah.
thinking it's something, but I was just to be,
Yes. Is there a particular one I can answer now? Because I will provide a glossary. That's a really good idea.
no, if you
Okay.
can do that, that would be great.
Got it.
Okay, and then my other question, it's on page 34. It's okay, this is under behavior management and suspension reduction. And it's on page 34. It's the key strategy. It says the inclusion of 73 specialized positions such as board certified
Behavioral analyst.
or board certified behavior analysis and behavior intervention technicians
Mhm.
provided expertise in behavior management, contributing to a more supportive learning environment. Did we add 73, is that in a combination with that? When did we get these positions?
Good question.
And are they like, how many are, like, I figured it was like approximately 5 per site if they're a site, but some of them might be at the district.
Right.
I wasn't sure. So I thought maybe you could expand maybe a little bit on that.
Absolutely. First, let me say that none of those are new this coming year. Those were, remember, this is a 3-year plan, and this year is simply kind of an update on those plans. And even last year, those really weren't new. That was a carryover goal from a prior LCAP. And what we did this year is make sure and counted every position that was above base. You remember that discussion of above base. So we have 3 BCBAs. We have 13 behavior intervention technicians, which does equal about 1 per site, although they're not deployed exactly that way. Sometimes there are 2 or 3 of them at one site, and some of the other sites just don't have a need that day. Also included are a great number of paraeducator positions who serve, for example, in a one-on-one capacity, or if it's not a one-on-one, an additional person in a classroom. Also included additional proctors and campus security. So kind of every student supervision person who's involved in helping with campus support was included in that goal years ago, and they continue to be included. That number, 73, might go down as we continue to audit this, because as we talked about, there might not be backfill now that some of these positions are considered above base. So that number was correct as of the time, but we at this point have been recommended stop putting the numbers in because they know they change.
Okay, so just to clarify, that 73 isn't just the behavior analysts and behavior intervention technicians.
Correct.
They fall under that category, but they could include a one-on-one aide or a paraeducator.
That's right.
Or so
Campus
it's
security.
everyone who fits in that category. Okay, I got it.
Yes, there are only 16 of those particular 2 job classes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And that's all my questions for now.
Yep, got it.
Any other questions?
I do have questions. On page 7 through 12,
Which goal is that the introductory matter?
the
Yes.
overview, the 2025 local control and accountability plan, 2025 LCAP reflections and annual performance specifically,
Got it.
pages 7 through 12. I noticed that we use the 2023 California dashboard data, and I was just curious. why.
We have to. That's such an odd section, isn't it? It's like, why are we looking that far back?
Mhm.
The only place, it's because it's a 3-year plan, they want you to kind of say, here's in the initial development, here's the data that was used for things like determining which student groups were in that original plan. Then when you go to each goal, and there's some places we have added some student groups as one of the additions I did make, but we add them in that column for year 1. And so there's a new student group. I've now added it and put in parentheses new. And so every subsequent dashboard will be added, but they don't have us rewrite this entire section each time. They ask us to add in the metric discussion in the column format. And so it's awkward, I know, for a lay reader to read that and say, why are we looking that far back? But that is the format the state template requires. I had it the other way and had to put it back, to my shame and discredit.
Definitely not shame. You put a lot of hard work into this.
Yeah, and it
Todd.
just
I
made sense to me
appreciate it.
too to go forward, but no,
Yeah.
I had to return it. Thankfully, I'd saved a copy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on the 2025 LCAP Reflections Technical Assistance, page 13,
Mhm.
it talked about a grant awarded from the county. Does this grant fully cover the costs of Safe and Civil?
Good question. The grant is the Systems of Support grant that comes to districts who are identified for differentiated assistance. Like this year, what they paid for Safe and Civil was the entire foundation's training cost, absent travel. They don't pay for travel. The county just doesn't, because they don't do reimbursements in the same way. And so the lion's share of the cost is the training cost. But so like this year, they agreed 1 more year to fund the final year of training, and Apple Valley Unified pays only the travel costs, which are very reasonable. And so the grant did cover, now they did not cover the cost of classroom management, the CHAMPS training. That was a district cost. We dealt with that at a prior board meeting for next year, the coming July. This is purely for the foundations training, which is essentially the PBIS structure.
Great. And I had a question about expanding the possible reach of the African American Parent Advisories, where you specifically talked about the high school parent group. Is that at Granite Hills High School?
It is.
Okay. And then the large TK through 8 site, is that at Phoenix?
It's at Sitting Bull, actually,
Sitting
is where
Bull.
they've kind of been getting started. And Phoenix is also heavily interested. So we kind of have both going, even though at the time of the initial writing, it was just the one.
Okay. And then it talked about a county support provider and meeting with them every 2 weeks. I was just curious, who is that between?
That's Dr. Sharina Betters has been our assigned provider. They asked us not to name her in the document, but she is a good supporter, and we're thankful to have her. She meets virtually usually with myself and Mariana Torres, but this morning she joined all of cabinet. We actually just missed her, but from time to time she'll join us all. And sometimes it's in person. So, we were able to meet her at San Bernardino City for one of the sessions. That's when we got to go visit the UCAN event. But she is our liaison, and it's myself and Mariana Torres. We've also been assigned a second county person, and she's super helpful, Tara Simpson. She's going to help us make a link between our DA process and our significant disproportionality process. And so trying to keep things to one plan.
Okay, great. And on 2025 LCAP support for identified schools on page 16, do we still have instructional coaches?
No, and I did remove that. Thank you. She
Okay.
caught that too. Yes.
And for the 2025 LCAP engaging educational partners, pages 24 and 25, it talked about a slight reductions, that initiatives experience a slight reductions. Do you know what that was referring to?
Which partner group was that under?
So page 24,
You know how they have a partner group listed next to them?
it said engaging educational partners.
Yeah, I'm in that section.
Okay.
I don't have
Trying to
page
see.
numbers. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm like, I'm going to know page numbers
That's
and
okay.
it's going to be
Miss-
clear.
Trustee Tucker has provided me a copy.
Yay,
So
okay.
I'm on the right page, 24, you said?
Yes, so page 24, and it talks about specifically the slight reduction in certain initiatives.
Are you in the box on the very bottom
Yes.
or?
There at the very bottom, it says the district faced a need for fiscal stabilization leading to slight reductions in certain initiatives.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'm sorry for not getting to the spot in time.
Oh, no.
I just want
you're
to talk
fine.
about how this is structured. So this engaging educational partners section, what this does is the question being asked here at its root is, one, did you meet with the required groups? And when did you meet with them? And what was the kind of the content roughly of that meeting? And then overall, what was the impact of that? And so this overall statement at the bottom really goes to our final, session where we asked them to prioritize. We've already gotten quite a bit of feedback from them, and kind of using that feedback, understood that we had to make some reductions in things like instructional coaches,
Okay.
the reading program reductions, some of the other areas that we were going to have to add to because we had so much above base in the reading support on the para side.
Okay, so that includes the reading specialist
It does.
reduction?
We were very transparent with that throughout that entire LCAP development process, and they were given an opportunity to prioritize, what was important to them by school, by kind of advocacy group, and so that was the process by which that decision was reached.
Okay, great. And I have like goal-specific questions, specifically looking at the reducing suspension rates and the efforts we're making there. I noticed that it was increasing, our suspension rates were increasing for our African-American community and the 2 or more races. Do we have a plan to address this specifically, or?
Yeah, this is all tied up with our differentiated assistance, and to be quite honest, our significant disproportionality work. So we don't have one single plan. We have, of course, we've got to look at that school by school and incident by incident, because it's actually not that many students, when you look at the actual numbers. The root cause analysis for that really does lead to the need for the kinds of supports we've been talking about, things like the mental health supports, training, adjustment of mindset. And so those are the things we're trying to bring with our DA work, bringing the parents in, and this significant disproportionality effort that we kind of made brief reference to. Although we're not allowed to begin that plan until January, it's a long process to get to the plan. I'm being recorded, so I'm going to be very kind, but we are receiving assistance from the California Department of Education to develop this plan. But we are wanting to make this cohesive with the other efforts in the district so that we're not adding yet another thing, but doing a better job to do the things we know work. And we have seen benefit. Even this year, our data this year looks better already by doing the kinds of things of targeted student groups, getting to students before it becomes an issue. The most promising thing has been the student champion work at Phoenix Academy and High Desert Premier Academy, where we have assigned mentors working with students, checking in every day and working with them and even their families. So those are the kinds of things we're working to do, but they will take some time to yield an outcome.
Thank you for that. And we had the chance to visit Phoenix Academy and hear about their Champions program, and it sounds like they have
Pretty
great
exciting.
things going on there.
Yakaloma will be joining them.
Yes, that's great. And then I was glad to see the information that was given to us about the CPI training opportunities for our staff as we look to help them to feel prepared to de-escalate or help handle situations in healthy ways. As far as decreasing the chronic absenteeism in the same area, I know we have our SARB. Have we thought about how we can further bridge that gap?
Oh boy. We have. Please forgive me, Mrs. Nelson, you're thinking, is he ever going to stop talking? I'm so excited about this. Jessica Sprick was actually here today, meeting with school site teams to talk about tiered interventions for attendance. So of course, yes, most of the students, we can catch them with invitations to school, rewards for positive attendance, and the kinds of things that make it so that I just want to be there. But we know we need to increase we have, in fact, this year it had more SARBs, but also doing what we're calling a sort of abbreviated functional behavior assessment for attendance purposes. What is the root cause, right? What's the barrier? And let's remove that barrier. So in the room today, next door in the multipurpose room, nurses, counselors, attendance clerks, assistant principals, taking a look at their school's data and finding out and kind of going through an analysis with some sample kids. What would have made the difference? We will be providing data to principals. We've got a live dashboard now where they can kind of just look at the kids with 10% or more. And let's reach into those homes and talk to them. So yes, we do have plans.
They sound wonderful, Pat. Thank you for sharing all that with me. I appreciate it. I know the Trustee Tucker has shared with me the Thrive program too. So I look forward to hearing more about that sometime in the future. I can't remember which district is utilizing that. Victor is. Oh, okay. And so it made me think of that.
Okay. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. And I didn't either. It was just brought to my attention as a wonderful idea. I liked the idea of the reading, goal number 2, reading and math, to provide those structure and that support for our kids. I know we've gotten rid of the reading specialist position. It's less than it was. Do we have any plans in place to provide support to kind of bridge that change in our system?
This is what we're doing on that front, and we're seeing some good data already in the recent scores that have come back. We believe at the elementary level, every teacher is a reading teacher, right? That's an important aspect of our program. And so we've been spending a lot of time on detailing our scope and sequence, making sure that our teachers are utilizing what we believe to be a very strong adoption. And and understanding that with the moment, we're going to have fewer available seats in an intervention program for schools that don't have categorical ways to bring back. Many schools have done that, right? So there's schools that had the ability, they're going to still have sort of the expanded ability to do that if they have categorical funds to bring in extra reading. But for those that don't, we're going to have to prioritize the seats, but also make sure that our classrooms are able to do that in class tier 2, the intensive portion. That might be how we redeploy our paraeducators on site to be able to do some small group work. It will have to look a little different, but we know that with an intense focus on this, and we're, like I said, we're seeing this already, that we can make a difference here. Because we had fewer folks focused in this work prior to COVID, and our scores were higher, but they're rebounding to this now. And so we know it can be done, and the groundwork has been laid.
Thank you. In reference to goal number 3, the family and community engagement, I just want to give a shout out to a job well done. We have a very robust and comprehensive program. It's wonderful to see the family centers, the food pantry, and then also our recently awarded community schools. It's very exciting. So thanks to all who put work into that and developing that. I think it's going to continue to be a wonderful support to our families.
Thank you.
Yeah, and as far as like the action 3.3 on page 61, it talks about parent advisory committees. Have we thought about the progress of that possibly being at school sites, maybe in the communities that we serve? I just wanted to bring it up as an idea. Just to make it more accessible to parents to be able to attend, because we do want to have their input, and I know that's our heart. It's an idea that I think might help them be able to come and give their input. Another idea, we thought about the leadership for the Parent Advisory Committee, getting the support for the community that's being reflected by those parent advisories.
I think so. And I think what you're going to see here is that the community schools, those 7 sites, are going to lead the way here. They've got that that mandate, right? And they've got that call to do that. And now they've got some funding, because you see this goal has very small dollars amount behind it. But now we've got some school sites with some funding to, at least for the next 5 years, really build this out. And they're going to be really excited to hear what they come up with.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. And that are all the questions I had. Thank you for all your time and your
You got
attention.
it.
You fielded
It's my
them
pleasure.
wonderfully, so thank you.
The time is now 5:13.
Ms. Opara, just for the record, there are no public comments as well.
Oh, I forgot to check that.
No public comment.
Yeah.
Hearing no further public comment, we now close it at 5:13. The president of the board had to step away because he has an emergency to take care of. And so he passed it on to me. So if you hear me talking a lot, it's because he had to take care of a family emergency. Now, number 2, conduct a public hearing on the proposed operating budget for the 2025-2026 school year by Mr. Schulenberg. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board on the proposed operating budget for the 2025-2026 school year?
Well, Ms. Opara, if we want to officially open
Yes, that's
the
what I was
hearing,
gonna- yeah.
great.
Yeah. I now open the public hearing on the proposed operating budget for the 2025-2026 school year for public comments at 5:14 p.m.
As soon as the
Okay.
public is done commenting, I do have some slides to share with the
now-
board.
Do we have any public comment?
I've received none.
No. Okay.
Great, thank you. Then I'll go ahead and start my comments. First off, I'd like to bring to your attention, you should have these 2 documents at your place. It's a copy of the slide deck for the presentation, and also a list of resources for Apple Valley Unified School District. There was a request for this information, so this information was taken off of the California Department of Education SACS Structured Account Code series page, which resources Apple Valley Unified utilizes or receives as revenue, unrestricted and restricted, and then a brief description of the use of those funds as taken from the CDE webpage. So to the proposed budget, first off, we of course utilize a few data points when we're putting together our proposed budget. And before I go any further, I have to thank Cindy Kunkel, my Director of Fiscal Services, who just happens to be sitting in the audience this evening. She works extremely hard putting this budget together, making it work based on working with Ms. Dupree and Mr. Harrison over in HR for staffing, working closely with Mr. Schlosser and Ed Services to ensure that we have all the action steps in the LCAP included in this budget. So I just do want to thank her publicly for her blood, sweat, tears, some more sweat that went into putting this together. I do want to call out that we use the governor's May revision. That's updates to the original January proposal. We utilize the FCMAT LCFF calculator, as do I hope all the districts in the state of California use that calculator to determine LCF revenue. We use the school services dartboard and their guidelines, and we also take into consideration the SBC, the County Schools Common Message, which is actually written by a committee of individuals across the state of California in conjunction. Tom Cassada from County Schools is our representative on that particular group. So before I get into the proposed budget, I got to set the stage for this year, and that's the estimated actuals. And I'm going to go into a little more detail with the estimated actuals. And just to remind the board, this is an update, a continued update. This is the evolution of the second interim, which was financials as of January 31st. This is now financials estimated actual revenues and expenditures, kind of as the middle of May, when we have to set that point and then work from there. So as I put these numbers up, there still have been minor changes to these numbers as we continue through this year, but this was our best estimate as of May 2005. You'll see we're still estimating on the unrestricted side of the budget about $11.6 million in deficit spending, about $14 million on the restricted side, taking our ending fund balance, combined ending fund balance down to a little under $18 million, a little under 14 on the unrestricted, and a little under 4 on the restricted. So I'm going to get into a little more detail on the revenue side. So if you look at, I think I'm on slide 6 now. Our estimated actuals as of May 25 with our revenue, you'll see we 4 main sources there: LCFF, federal, other state, and other local. And we're projecting about $193 million on the unrestricted side and about $58 million on the restricted for combined revenues. Just to the top side of $251 million for the current year. So slide 7, you'll see there's some LCFF detail, and this might be more detail than you want to know, but it's a great breakdown of how in the LCFF calculator, basically that calculator determines what our LCFF revenue is. Now, that LCFF revenue on the calculator is base grant revenue, there's grade span adjustment revenue, there's TK add-on revenue, there's transportation add-on, there's supplemental, there's concentration. But this is actually how the revenue flows to us from the state. You'll see we are a majority state aid district. That means our local property taxes do not fund our allocation under the LCFF. We get about 136 out of 184 million in state aid. You'll see the education protection account. That's a little over 25 million. And you've heard me mention that in past meetings. That's the current tax on the wealthy that's set to expire in 2030. That is on CTA's agenda to ensure those supplemental taxes or those supplemental income taxes continue to fund the EPA. But I want to also clarify the EPA If those taxes do not continue past 2030, the EPA account will, my understanding is the EPA ceases to exist. However, that does not reduce the state's obligation to schools under Prop 98. The state would then need to find another source of revenue to fill that gap. So the Prop 98 minimum guarantee will still be there, but the EPA, the tax revenues from that supplemental tax won't be. So that's a problem at the state level if those taxes are not extended. You'll see our secured roll taxes, about 23.5 million. You hear basic aid districts many times. That's a term. It's not common up here in the high desert until you go out to Baker, I think, as has been a basic aid district at one point because of the large mining operation out there. But a basic aid district means their secured roll taxes meet or exceed their allocation under the LCFF, so they don't get state aid. Anyways, there's the pieces of LCFF. Next page, slide 8, our federal revenue detail. For the current year, you'll see the special ed entitlement, Title I, Title II, a couple parts of Title III. The other Every Student Succeeds Act, I pulled that right off the SACS forms. That lumps about 15 different federal resources, some very small, lumps them together on that line on the SACS forms, and that's that 1.7 million, and then small career technical ed. So we're estimating about 14.6 million on the federal revenue side this year. Other state revenue details, you'll see mandated costs, lottery, state sources. That is pass-through funds. That is our career technical education. That's where the consortium and we're the administrative unit. So we get 4 million, and later on you'll see an expense for 4 million. We get it, we send it out. Then our career technical education. One of the biggest, of course, is the ELOP. You'll see that there, about 13.7 million in the current year, for a total state revenue of 42.2 million, a little under 5.5 on the unrestricted side. And then our local revenue, what we're estimating for this year is about 10.2 million. Are we getting 1.5 million in interest, Cindy? Is that coming through in the county treasury? Good. Excellent. Even better to hear. The community redevelopment fund's not subject to LCFF deduction. That comes in as an other state revenue, restricted revenue. And many times I've talked about the transfer to Fund 40. That's that fund. So the 1.8 comes in, the 1.8 goes out as an interfund transfer. That's our estimate. That will be trued up when we get to unaudited actuals. And ultimately truing that up doesn't impact the bottom line of the budget because whatever comes in also goes out in the interfund transfer. So slide 12, some expenditure detail. This is unrestricted, restricted, and combined expenditures for the year as of May. This is our estimated actuals. And before I bring up the next slide is a little pie chart and it shows percents of expenditures. And what I really want to talk about is there's several different ways to compare expenditures as a percent of your budget. The county letter compares our unrestricted salary and benefit expenditures to our unrestricted expenditures. I believe we're in the high 80%. Some districts compare expenditures to revenues. My next slide basically just takes that combined column and I'm looking at the pieces of our combined expenditures as a percentage of our total combined expenditures. So when we're comparing budgets of like ourselves in past years or what we're looking at doing in the future, or even comparing our expenditures against other districts, we want to make sure we're using the same metrics in those comparisons. So this particular slide looks at our total expenditures and each of those pieces as a percentage of our total expenditures. So you see certificated salaries. This is both unrestricted and restricted. It's 32%, classified salaries 16, and employee benefits 26. So if you put those three pieces together of our total combined expenditures, that's about 74%. Of our budget going to people. 9% in books and supplies, 11 in services and other operating expenditures, 3% in capital outlay, which is probably a little inflated this year because we did use some of our ELOP funding to buy some buildings. Typically, we don't have large capital outlay out of Fund 01, our general fund, and then other outgoes. So moving on to slide 14, there's our certificated salaries detail. You'll see it's broken into teacher, pupil support, administrator, and other. So you can kind of take a look at each of those particular line items. Those are broken out by the object codes on the SACS forms also as part of Form 1. Classified salaries is broken out in a few more pieces. Again, that's broken out in the SACS forms under Form 1. You'll see we're looking at a total of $43.2 million across unrestricted and restricted. Instructional, support, technical and office, and then other classified salaries. Employee benefits, of course, STRS. STRS, PERS, our Medicare, our health and welfare benefits, unemployment insurance, workers' compensation insurance, our OPEB allocated. That's OPEB is other post-employee benefits. That is an allocation for the cost of benefits for our retirees, because we budget on a pay-as-you-go basis. And our other employment benefits down there, the lion's share of that is our PARS payment. This year was payment 4 of 5. Books and supplies, there's the detail. You'll look at unrestricted and restricted. I'm on slide 17 now. The majority of the materials and supplies there, $4.7 million, is money allocated out to school sites to support their operations for materials and supplies. And that's anything from pens, pencils, tissue paper, toilet paper. It's the gamut of the supplies to run a school site in the books and supplies. On to slide 18, that's the detail for our 5,000s, our services and other operating expenses. Call out operations and housekeeping, about 5.6. Most of the operations and housekeeping is utilities. You'll see insurance, 1.7 million. That's our property and liability insurance. We experience annual increases in our property and liability insurance, and we also experience, Cindy and I received an invoice recently from Self. That's a JPA that we belonged to years past. It's like one of the reinsurers, the layers of insurance and liability. And with the AB 218 claims that are rolling in for past claims, when the legislature eliminated the statute of limitations, they're experiencing increased costs. So we're getting billed, as many school districts are, for past claims as part of that pool. We just received another bill for, Cindy, correct me if I'm wrong, was right around $600,000. Yeah.
Matt, and those are not claims made in our district.
That's
They're because we're
correct.
part of the pool. I just want to make
Thank
sure
you
that
very
that's clear.
much.
Yes.
Those are not claims on Apple Valley Unified. They're claims as we were part of a insurance pool. So the pool shares the risk. Slide 19, a quick little look at our capital outlay. This is, again, I mentioned earlier, this is a little inflated. You'll see buildings and improvements of buildings. We purchased some buildings for our TK project using ELOP funds because those rooms will be used in our ELOP program. Next slide, other outgo. Transfer of pass-through revenues. You see, I mentioned that earlier, that state source, the $4 million, there's the expense. Other outgo, transfers of indirect costs. We're allowed to capture a certain percentage of categorical programs for administering those categorical programs. Those are called indirect costs. So you'll see on the unrestricted side, it's a negative expense. So it's actually, I'm not going to call it a revenue, but it's actually money that we're able to capture on the unrestricted side of the budget by charging the restricted programs those indirect cost fees. And then last but not least, in the expenditure detail for the current year, you'll see there we did have a transfer in into the general fund of $2 million from Fund 14. That's a one-time only transfer because that depleted Fund 14. Those were funds previously committed by the board to support deferred maintenance projects. But last spring during budget development, we recommended to the board, and the board did approve to uncommit those funds, and we transferred those back to Fund 01 to support operating expenses in the current year. And then you'll see the transfer there, RDA to Fund 40, that's that $1.8 million. Again, that will be trued up at unaudited actuals as we move forward. So now on to the proposed budget for 25-26. I'm on slide 24 now. Just a quick rundown of our assumptions. We are assuming we're budgeting at last year's P2 because this year's P2 is projected to be slightly lower. So we're allowed to use the previous year guarantee in our LCFF calculations. The COLA of 2.3 is in there as excuse me, listed on the dartboard and recommended. So that gets us total LCF revenue of about $189.4 million. Federal revenues we're budgeting at about 11.6. And the state revenues, I do want to point out, it depends on which organization you listen to, whether it's school services, capital advisors, CSBA, about the discretionary block grant. We are including that revenue in our budget for 25-26. TK and K3 grade span adjustments. Grades K3, of course, are now staffed at 24-1, where TK is staffed at, that says 20-2. That's a teacher and a paraeducator in a transitional kindergarten room. That's what we're assuming. So we are, based on those staffing assumptions, we're assuming we will receive the full grade span adjustment for TK through 3. And we are assuming the TK add-on as proposed in the governor's May revision, increasing it from 3,200 per TK ADA to 5,500 per TK ADA. So that's another thing in the enacted budget we'll have to watch, along with the discretionary block grant that we're assuming those revenues in our budget. We are budgeting the 3% to routine restricted maintenance. And again, down there, there's those add-ons. I already mentioned the transitional kinder add-on. There's also a transportation add-on as part of the LCFF. On the expenditure side of the budget, of course, we include step and column for all units, any negotiated impacts, and of course, the switch to CalPERS and the tiered rate structure. We negotiated in all 3 of our units, management, classified, and certificated. We'll be moving to a tiered contribution structure, and our best estimate of those costs moving forward are in the budget, understanding that because of that significant change, we may still see some impacts when we come back in the fall after the dust settles and enrollment and people pick their place in their products. People that opted out may come back in, but American Fidelity is a great partner, and they're working their data file. They're cleaning up their data file, getting ready to submit that to PERS on our behalf, and then we'll be able to kind of take a look at those numbers over the summer and get some good idea of where that goes in the fall. And just to remind the board and anybody watching out there, because we jumped into PERS mid-year, we will have another enrollment in the fall for a January 1, 2026 effective date. So we may experience some adjustments mid-year also when it comes to health and welfare, depending on where people go. They got married, had kids aged out, all sorts of things happen throughout the year. As a result of these assumptions, you'll see down there where it talks unrestricted reserve, the board policy states a 5% unrestricted reserve, and you'll see on the next page, the proposed budget, assuming making those revenue and expenditure assumptions, we are at about a 3.2% unrestricted reserve at the end of next year. And here's the overview of the proposed budget. This is a summary slide, which is a result of those assumptions. And I do have detail coming after, but you'll see our ending fund balance of about 8.3 million. That leaves 7.6 is the required 3%, and a little over 450,000 over and above that required 3% is what we're projecting based on these assumptions at this point. So on the revenue detail, this breaks down again. There's the LCFF, the Fed, the other state, and the other local. And I'll move right on to the LCFF detail. Again, this is that same detail slide. It's just now for next year based on the LCFF calculator. You'll see our LCFF revenue, we're projecting about a little over 189 million. It comes as, again, mostly state aid. Our property taxes actually went down a little bit. And the transfer to charter schools in lieu of property tax down there on the bottom, that's AAE. We make that transfer in support of AAE. Federal revenue detail, again, our special ed entitlement, discretionary grant, very small one. We're assuming Title I, Title II, Title III, both parts will be funded at very similar levels to their funding this year. So that's something we will continue to monitor. Again, there's the other Every Student Succeeds, which lumps those 15 resources together into one line. And then, of course, our career and technical education, the federal grant, which I do believe as part of President Trump's great big beautiful bill. I can't remember what it's called. I believe he has proposed eliminating that federal grant. Well, for us, that's about $200,000. Our other state revenue, you'll see mandated cost reimbursements. That's the mandate block grant that we apply for on an annual basis. Lottery, unrestricted and restricted. ELOP, Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. There's our Prop 28. And then all other state revenues. The lion's share of that unrestricted all other state revenues of 6.3 million, there's two major pieces to that. One is the $4 million we're assuming for the discretionary block grant. And the other is a transportation reimbursement allocation we get based on our actual transportation expenditures, minus the transportation add-on that's in the LCFF. Then they pay us 60% of whatever's left, or they reimburse us 60% of whatever's left. And the lion's share of that all other state revenue on the restricted side is what's called the STRS on behalf. You may have heard me mention that before. It's an accounting entry where we recognize in our books revenue based on the state's contribution to STRS on behalf of our employees. And then there's also an expenditure in the employee benefits section. So it's neutral to us. It's an accounting entry. Local revenue. Again, there's our estimate of the 1.8 million, the community redevelopment funds, interest, putting it up a little, another 100,000, hopefully, projecting a local revenue to about 6.2 million. And expenditure detail, there's a summary slide, and I do have detail to follow, but again, you'll see it's broken out commonly in the 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, and then 2 categories of 7s. Projecting about $253 million of expenses as we move into next year. And as we look at the breakdown, you'll see currently in our proposed budget, our certificated salaries and our classified salaries and our employee benefits, the 1s, 2s, and 3s, all of our people in our system, we're projecting that at about 80% of our total budget. And this is combined. This is unrestricted plus restricted. So slide 37 is our certificated salaries detail. About 84.3 million combined. Slide 38, classified salaries detail, a little over 43.5 million combined. Slide 39, there's our employee benefits. You'll see we're projecting a little over $27 million on the health and welfare, given our best estimates based on our assumptions and our participation moving into the PERS health program. I do imagine we'll see some changes there as the dust settles in open enrollment and we move into August. You'll see our workers' compensation. We are experiencing an increase there in our workers' compensation insurance. And again, our other employee benefits, you'll notice that is almost twice as much as it was in the current year, because in next year we have 2 PARS payments. The 5th payment of the previous PARS that was issued in 2021 and the 1st payment of the PARS we just entered into. So we doubled up for a year. Books and supplies detail again. Slide 40. Materials and supplies at 3.7 on the unrestricted side. Again, the majority of that is school site allocations in unrestricted funding and lottery funding. On the restricted side, you'll see materials and supplies. The majority of that is going to be Title I, ELOP, those monies that are budgeted out to schools that are considered restricted. Slide 41 details the 5,000s, services and operating expenditures. Again, our operations and housekeeping, we're experiencing increases in our utility costs just like everybody in the community. So we have to budget and plan for those. I do want to call out on the top line there, sub-agreements for services, 5.3 million of restricted expenditures. Those are our non-public schools expenses. So those are students that we have placed at non-public schools that we're projecting. Capital outlay, slide 42. That is more in line with our typical capital outlay expenses historically, because we are not planning on buying any more buildings next year out of ELOP. The lion's share of these expenses fall into our Resource 8150, which is our routine restricted maintenance, which is our M&O department. They operate on the restricted side of Fund 01. Other outgo, our first 7,000s, estimating about $3.1 million in combined expenses. In transfers of indirect costs, again, I had mentioned those earlier. We're capturing as much of the indirect costs as we can from our categorical programs. And then slide 45, this is my last detail of the proposed budget. You see that $2 million transfer in the current year from Fund 14 does not exist in next budget year because that was a one-time transfer. But the RDA to Fund 40, that's a perpetual as we receive that RDA revenue every year and we transfer it to Fund 40 for appropriate use. Now into the multi-year projection. So this is out year number one, or the second year in our 3-year budget cycle with our assumptions. The LCFF calculator helps us determine which is the best ADA to use. And in 26-27, we're actually using the prior 3-year average. Just that's how it worked out. With our slight decline in enrollment, we still had one good year. So the average is slightly higher than what we're projecting for this year. And I know that's a lot of words, but it's illustrated on the calculator, and that's the best ADA scenario. The calculator automatically chooses the best ADA scenario. And to arrive at those ADA numbers each year, we're actually utilizing a FCMAT tool called Projection Pro. It's a multi-year projection tool. We're using that for our enrollment and ADA estimates over the budget cycle. And we are in the process, Cindy is in the process of working within that Projection Pro software to bring it in and use that for our full multi-year projection for our revenues and expenditures. Also, it's a very nice comprehensive tool, online hosted and maintained and edited and monitored is not the right word, but FCMAT takes care of it, and they adjust it based on needs. And of course, it's going to be a learning curve for us because it's a little more comprehensive, but I think it'll be a great tool for better transparency moving forward in our multi-year projections. You'll see a comment there, federal revenue. Pretty much, we're assuming normal federal revenue in out years. Again, we'll have to make adjustments based on any federal action. And I do want to point out on the state revenue side, we are assuming elimination of that $4 million discretionary block grant because we're recognizing all that revenue in the budget year. So that is no longer revenue in the second year, so we have to remove that revenue from our multi-year projections. On the expenditure side, we budget for step and column. We are not budgeting for any negotiated increases. Of course, we do budget for STRS and PERS. We budget the LCAP expenditures, and we are projecting the need for about $5.8 million yet to be identified reductions in expenditures in the 26-27 year. Two major players making that assumption. It's the elimination of that discretionary block grant revenue of $4 million and the board's desire to work toward a 5% unrestricted reserve. So you'll see my last bullet point there, using those assumptions of backing out that discretionary block grant revenue and moving toward that reserve. All of the expenditure assumptions and the revenue assumptions we make get us to about a 4.4% unrestricted reserve in year 2. So we were 3.2 in the budget year, 4.4 in our second year, and you'll see in our third year in a moment. So our budget projection here is actually showing a slight budget surplus on the unrestricted side of about $2.6 million. That's how we're able to increase our unrestricted ending fund balance and move that towards the board policy of 5%. I'll just give you a moment to look at that. In 27-28, and I promise I'm almost to the end, I apologize. The third year, we're budgeting at the 3-year average. We're budgeting the school services recommended COLA. We're assuming TK and K as projected with the add-ons. We're not adjusting our federal revenue at that point, nor our state revenue. We do budget for step and column. We haven't budgeted any compensation increases. We, of course, include all the LCAP expenditures. And based on these assumptions, we get our unrestricted reserve to about 6.2%, with a projected unrestricted excess of about 4.6 million in year 3. Highlights and concerns. We have to continue to watch our enrollment. I'll be very interested to see how many transitional kindergarten kids show up this fall. Jeremiah has staffed us, and we'll have rooms ready, as I cross my fingers with construction. We'll have rooms ready to serve 24 TK classrooms at 20 students apiece for a total of 480. That's the number that we have been using in our enrollment projections. I hope more show up, and we have that problem. I hope we have the problem of more. Our LCFF funding, the legislature still has the opportunity to not fund COLA as we move through these budget cycles. Now, they have pledged to fund the statutory COLA this year, which is good. We'll watch those out year COLAs. They're estimated at 3, and I think the second year was 3.4. So we'll continue to monitor those as we move through our budget cycle and raise or lower them as recommended by school services on the dartboard. The Prop 98 maneuvers, Governor Newsom has proposed to under appropriate Prop 98 in the current year. He says it's out of abundant caution with the state revenues. I'll be interesting to see what that comes with the negotiations in the budget trailer bill. Of course, STRS and PERS costs, those are in our budget, in our projections. What's going to happen between now and June 15th? I know the legislature has come out with a proposal, and the two houses up there are arguing back and forth to get their proposal in front of the governor. And I'm going to assume they're going to adopt it by June 15th, so they continue to get paid. The governor, of course, has until the 30th. We'll see what that pans out. The biggest what if, the Prop 98 maneuver and what they call a growth recession. We're growing, but not as fast as everybody had hoped. And of course, budget adjustments. I am anticipating that based on the enacted state budget, we'll have some changes to our budget on the revenue side. The discretionary block grant is one of the more concerning revenues. Will that come unrestricted as we're currently assuming? Will it come with strings attached? Will the allocation formula change? Those are all some things you've probably heard school services mention, capital advisors, CSBA mention. That we'll have to watch the trailer bill language and how that money flows to school districts. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you so much. Any questions from, do I close it first or have questions?
Yeah, if there's any questions.
Any questions from the board?
I do. First of all, I want to thank you so much for preparing this, and I really appreciate you making this slide. And I know that had to take a lot from Cindy and you to do that, but it makes it so much easier than going through 100 and how many pages, the budget. It's made it so much easier. But I just have one question, and I apologize. You went through it so thoroughly, and
There is a lot of detail, and I understand I did go fairly fast over a couple slides. So if you have a question on a particular slide, I can navigate to that slide. And
I'm not sure which slide it is, but
Okay.
when you were talking about the reserve,
yes,
it's 3.2 for
the
this-
budget year, which is
Yeah.
25-26.
right, but then the next year it's 4.4
Yes,
projected.
projected based on our current assumptions.
Okay, so are we, and I missed how we were making that extra, how we were going up, how you worked your budget.
Well, we got two things at play there. You know, we budget for expenditure increases with step and column, utilities, but we have to back out one-time revenues. And I did mention in the multi-year projection, we're assuming about $5.8 million of expenditure reductions moving into that year. So we're taking a hit on the revenue side, but we also have to spend less, which facilitates about a $2.5 million excess revenue over expenditures in that budget year based on our current assumptions.
Okay, so then you're kind of taking that extra and putting it in there for that increase
Yes,
in the reserve. And then
yes,
again, the same for the next year.
yes,
Okay, thank you very much.
Certainly.
That made me very happy.
certainly.
Ms. Longshore, I have a question.
Yes, you know me, I love questions. I'll try to keep it brief. Thank you for all the work you put into this.
Certainly, and I thank Cindy for her
And
work and
Thank you to
and
Cindy as well.
months of
I-
effort building the budget.
Yes, it's lots of numbers and lots of details. So I can only imagine what you guys went through to put it all together. So thank you.
Mhm.
Had a question specifically as I was looking through it. You can see my sticky notes and my notes all throughout and highlights. My thoughts were, I know we're in deficit spending. How specifically, when you were looking at this budget, were you looking at addressing this deficit spending?
Well, the board took action earlier this year there were a couple layoff resolutions. We had to reduce certain positions based on our PARs and our participation in that PARs. I know HR has been working hard in determining positions to backfill, positions of need in our current year. So we've been able to reduce expenditures as we've been moving through this spring, and those reduction in positions are reflected in the proposed budget. There's also things that we're looking at all of our consultant agreements and student services that are necessary to provide the services. I know we've recently we've had some on the agenda. We'll continue to have some of those on the agenda to make sure we have those services in place. But I know student services is working very hard to make sure that we're budgeting accurately and projecting those expenditures. As we move into 26-27 with that $5.8 million of unidentified reductions that's in my multi-year projection, that's a discussion that we're going to have to start in earnest in August as to now from budget year from 25-26 to 26-27, what can we do as a system to make sure that we are being as efficient as possible while serving the needs of our very diverse and eclectic student population. And those details will come in the fall through many discussions, I'm sure.
And I know we were talking about possible enrollment declining. How is that reflected in your moving forward for next year and looking at spending?
Yeah, well, that's really reflected in our ADA estimates, because our ADA estimates are a reflection of our decline in enrollment. What's happening to us, and it's, I wish I had I'm going to diagram with my hands. On the high school end, our high schools are actually projected to grow over the next few years by our demographer, as we currently have a bubble that's down to 5th grade and up to about 8th grade. So as that's moving through, our high schools are going to grow, but our elementary cohorts are shrinking. Our 5th grade is about 1,000 kids right now. That's the last year we experienced what we had typically experienced over the years in terms of elementary cohort. Our kinder is 800. So we've seen from 5th to kinder a decline each year. So our demographer has actually projected our kinder next year at 800, holding steady based on birth rates and data that they use to compile that information and those projections. But because that smaller group is coming in on the bottom, and you saw the number of graduates we had, it was 1,000 graduates. When you lose 1,000 and gain 800, that's a net loss across the system. So using those enrollment numbers in that projection pro software looking forward, and then applying our ADA percentages, that's how we account for that in our revenue estimates. And of course, I know HR in their staffing for teachers is utilizing those projections or similar numbers in terms of projecting for staffing needs. And as Trinae has mentioned, we're staffing thin for the fall. So depending on students that show up, we may be opening rooms, hiring teachers, making sure we can serve the students.
And if we make a decision to hire any additional staff, what is the plan for funding those positions? Will it increase our deficit spending?
Oh, yeah, the plan for funding those positions would be dependent on what type of position we're hiring, whether it's, but generally speaking, when we're serving students that show up over and above our enrollment estimates, that's going to be an unrestricted general fund expenditure. And yes, that would increase our deficit spending in the budget year. But more kids also increases the revenue. So hopefully
Hopefully they balance out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, kids don't come in 24 packs in the elementary school.
Right.
They come onesie, twosies.
Yes, manageable sizes.
Yeah.
I had a question specifically in regards to we talked about there are staff receiving 100% employer paid health benefits. So I was just curious, are we able to get any numbers on those as far as how many classified or certificated or management or other staff and retirees, like just numbers wise? And is that OPEB?
Well, yeah, any retiree benefit is budgeted as an OPEB expense. Yes,
Okay.
That's other post-employment benefits. And I do not have those specific numbers in front of me at this time. But
That's okay. I didn't expect you to have it on. Is there any way I could get those numbers?
yeah, I believe those are numbers that we can find. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And
Kylie, did you take note of that request? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that too.
oh, did have a question about the reserves. I
Yes.
know that we had, or if I'm reading it correctly, and correct me if I am not reading it correctly,
Okay.
but back in June 30th, 2024, our reserves were at the $17,964,709.47. Correct? Sorry.
Are you looking at a slide from the presentation? Or
I
the
was
SACS
looking
document?
at the well-decorated budget.
The well-decorated
Yes.
SACS forms.
So it's about, if you were to look at it, 1, 2, 3, fourth page in.
Certainly.
And it's section 1, 2, 3, fourth section down. It's under total fund, column A and B, which equals C, all the way down to F, fund balance reserves.
Yes.
Okay, so
You're-
that's,
You're looking at the ending balance, June 30,
yes,
17,964,709.
yes.
Yes, that is our estimated ending fund balance as of the end of this month, the end of this operating year.
Okay,
That's our best estimate as of a few weeks ago.
okay, very good.
And again, that is combined. You'll see that is the unrestricted, which is 13,973,108, plus the restricted of 3,991,601. That's a combined.
Can I butt in for 1 second? So that means that between now and Monday, more bills will be coming in. And if they do, that number will change, correct?
Well, it's going to change slightly because the estimated actuals are based on expenses that we know. So payroll is estimated through the end of the fiscal year. Many of the purchase orders are estimated through the end of the year. We've liquidated purchase orders which were not totally used, which has actually reduced the deficit spending in the current year from the second interim report. Many of the bills that we received, Maria, are already budgeted. So they're planned expenditures up there in section B, expenditures. But as those bills come in, they may be a little larger than what's budgeted. They may be a little smaller depending on different circumstances. And so that 17.9 will change between now and unaudited actuals, which I would be presenting to you in September.
Yeah, I asked that question because sometimes when we come up with these numbers and we're stuck in the number, and if that number, if it changes, then there's a question about why didn't you give us, you told us something yesterday and now something is new today. That we need to keep in mind that these numbers are just fluid. You know, something may
They
happen
are.
and we just need to be cognizant of it.
Yeah, just like it says, these are the 24, 25 estimated actuals. They are not the actuals yet. And even when we get to unaudited actuals, those aren't the actuals until they're audited. So it's the cycle.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for entertaining all of my questions.
Sure,
I appreciate it.
certainly.
I have one quick question. I know that the kindergarten is going to be a real issue, the TK.
The
when they
TK.
come in. Will it be possible to give us an estimate in August or maybe September to let us know how the numbers now look?
Oh,
Now
yeah.
that we have seen their eyeballs.
Yeah, I would imagine at our August board meeting, we'll have an enrollment report. Now we can get the,
Perfect.
excuse
That'd be
me, we
great.
can have the actual TK enrollment numbers that show up.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm going to send a call of my friends to show up. Any other question? Okay, we're going to close
you.
this at 6:03 p.m. And discussion action is, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items. Receive, discuss, and provide direction regarding Trustee Longshore's request for the generation of data or information regarding the May 8, 2025 consent item number 26. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We will take a vote, seconded by Mrs. Tucker. Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore,
Aye.
Opara, aye. Buchanan is out, and Mr. Raleigh had to leave for an emergency. Adopt the declaration of need for fully qualified educators. I need a motion.
I so moved.
I'll second that. Any discussion?
I just have one question. Excuse me. This is not necessarily what we're going to do. It's a just in case. Is that correct?
That's
That's
Yes,
my understanding.
that's correct. We
That's what I thought. I just
still
wanted
have
to
some tiles on
confirm.
the board.
This is required so that we can show proof that we've gone out and made the request, so that if the situation presents itself, then we can at least say to CTC, we've made, the board is aware of it, that we don't have fully qualified, so this is where we're going.
Thank you.
We'll take a vote via roll call. Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara, present, and I. Mrs. Buchanan is out, and Mr. Raleigh is out. Number 3, approve the certificated and classified personnel action as listed. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it. Any discussion? No. We will take a vote via roll call. Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mrs. Okpara, present. Aye. Mrs. Buchanan is out, and Mr. Raleigh is out. Number 4, approve the recommendations for requested leaves as noted. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it. Any discussion? We will take a vote via roll call.
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Okpara, aye. Mrs. Buchanan, absent. Mr. Raleigh, absent. Number 5, approve the recommendation of administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately. And I'm going to read the expulsion case number 2024-2025. In expulsion case number 24-24-25, to amend the hearing panel recommendation to read as follows. Place on suspended enforcement to the High Desert Premier Academy for 2025-2026 fall and spring semesters. Student is to complete the terms and conditions of the rehabilitation plan prior to the end of the 2025-2026 spring semester. Now I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara? Aye. Ms. Buchanan is absent. Mr. Raleigh is absent. Expulsion case number 2024-2025. And I'll read in expulsion 25-24-25. To amend the hearing panel recommendation to read, be placed on a suspended enforcement of expulsion to High Desert Premier Academy for the 2025-2026 fall and spring semesters. Student is to complete the terms and conditions of the rehabilitation plan prior to the end of the 2025-2026 spring semester. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? We will take a vote via roll call. Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara, aye. Mrs. Buchanan, absent. Mr. Raleigh, absent.
And if you would like to expedite the other items, you can do them 11 through 15, AR 11 through 15, if there's
No
no
corrections.
corrections.
AR 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara? Aye. Mrs. Buchanan is absent. Mrs. Raleigh, absent. Item J, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves meeting time for a full discussion of the significant issues. Consent items to be approved in one motion are items numbered 1 through 27. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? We'll be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara? Aye. Mrs. Buchanan absent. Mr. Rowley absent. Okay, I'll go to future items. Does any member of the board have any future items? The only item that I have is the item on the, and I know that it was, we got the handouts and it had to do with the CPI paperwork, and we didn't go into greater detail with it. And I wanted us to take a few minutes to look at that particular document, because as I'm looking through it, it shows that there are quite a few of them that have expired. So a few of them expired as of June 1st to June, whatever
They
it is.
did just this week.
This week.
Yeah.
And out of those few, I only show 15 people who are certificated, 15 certificated teachers who currently hold the CPI certificate. And 30 are already expired. So that much we can take out of the expiration. But is it possible that those who are close to expiring will be reminded quickly when they return in August that training is available so that they can get on and get it done? That's my first concern. And the next concern is I see that there's a whole lot of classified in this list and very few teachers on the list. And my experience as a teacher that has had classified is that sometimes the classified person is waiting for the teacher to give the go-ahead to take care of business. And so I would prefer that we also encourage the teachers to do this training so that they will know when to instruct their classified personnel to be able to handle it. My worry is that if we don't get all of our special ed people and the general education teacher who might have a student who is exhibiting the behaviors that may cause you to use your CPI services, that we will be looking at a possible lawsuit, and we don't want to go there. So we need to be very, very prepared to provide those trainings for our staff. The other concern that I am showing is that if we're going to do that we provide these trainings during school day. For the most part, there are no guarantees, but for the most part to provide it during school day so that the teachers will now see the need that this needs to happen. If a teacher comes to us and complains, or comes to administration and complains that a student is out of line, and the student continues to be out of line, but the teacher is refusing to get a CPI training, then the teacher is basically saying, I am about to give up my rights to be a teacher, and I'm turning it over to somebody else to be the person to be respected. So it is important that we give the tools that the teachers need so that when they now come to us, they would have exhausted all of those tools to be able to bring the issue to the district, to the school administrator. I do know that there are some people on this list, because I know some names, that are in the transportation. So transportation is perfectly great, because they are the ones that see our kids before they get to school. If they should encounter these issues, then the transportation person would have known what to do. The challenge that we will have in that situation is if the child is acting that way early in the morning and the bus driver is the only person that is CPI trained, what does the bus driver then do in order to now make sure that the rest of the students make it to school? So those are all of the little things as I'm looking through this list that I'm impressed that the district has this many, but we do have a lot of people in our district that could use these services. And we just need to be able to have a continuous training going on in the district so that those who are about to expire, we tell them, we're about to expire, you want to do this training again? We're ready to offer the training to be sure that they get it. That's the only thing, and obviously, I asked this question in the last board meeting, so I'm glad that you took the time to give me the response. Thank you so much.
We do have some future trainings set up in July. So teachers that want to go before returning to school have that access. We are fortunate to have in-house trainers. So we don't have to rely on getting a trainer from someplace else. So if we can schedule during the day for people to be released with a sub cost, we will do so. And we'll continue to offer as we have needs. People, as long as people will sign up, we will offer the training.
Can we send something to staff to let them know? Because I see you have two trainings, the 28th and 29th of July, and the 30th and the 31st, if there's enough for an overflow.
We always
just to
notify,
offer it?
we always notify
Perfect.
staff of all the trainings that are happening during the summer for them to sign up.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
And I had a quick follow-up question. Are there any trainings that are scheduled after our teachers and classified staff and counselors return from summer break? So
That's what I just said. If there are needs, we have in-house trainers. We can do those trainings during the school day at any point during the school year.
So is there any way to set up those dates? and
We
make
will
them
do that
available?
based on what the registration is, and then we'll start doing rotationals as, we'll find those dates. Because there are our board certified behavior analysts are the people. So we will work with Renee's department, student services, child welfare and attendance, and get those scheduled based on filling the class. We don't run them if we don't have people that are coming.
And
Unless
how
we
will you know-
require it. If it becomes a requirement, then we will just rotate through every single teacher and require it.
So how will you know that there's interest? Is that if people are showing up to the summer sessions?
We have a sign-up system.
Yeah, we have a sign-up system,
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking about is there might be interest for teachers who don't show up for summer sessions, but would be interested in the beginning of the school year
Right.
training session. But you're not going to know that if they're not showing up for a summer session.
Not necessarily. We know that it's a desire based on the podium comments. We have offered at school sites, and we have not had certificated staff attend necessarily. So we will go back to getting some scheduled and running them out to people to sign up, and then we'll put a max on them. And when we hit that max, then we know we need to get another training scheduled because they're back to back.
Wonderful, because I speak as a teacher, having received this training, so important, understanding de-escalation in helping our students to navigate their emotions. It was invaluable to me, something I'll take with me always. So thank you for going to the work to offer this to our staff. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we're fortunate to have in-house trainers. There have been many years prior to it being CPI. We had to pay consultants and people to come out and do the training, and they did it on Saturdays and Sundays, and it was very difficult to get people to give up a full weekend to do the 2-day training. So,
Thank you. Any other future item? This wasn't even a future item. Okay, there being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, it is recommended that the meeting be adjourned. I need a motion. I move.
Second.
We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Ms. O'Hara? Aye. Mrs. Buchanan? Absent. Mr. Rowley? Absent. And the time is 6:18. Thank you so much.